sometimes. Yeah.
Whether all of the AV equipment works in this place, but that is one of the speakers, and the speakers are supposed to. Of course, if everything worked like it was supposed to, my life would be a lot easier. It isn't. Well, it's muted right now. Now it's on.
Awesome.
Can you hear it from there?
We're going to try to get through this morning. Maybe not. Well, yes.
Hello. Yeah, it sounded like it came out. All right.
Just don't want to be near that. So should that be good for you?
Yeah, that's good. And my hair, right?
No.
If you, if I look really cute, take a picture. That part.
It should be okay. I can raise my tripod up pretty high, and it should be okay.
Feel free to direct me.
You do your thing. I will be okay.
got fuzz on it.
Yes, she's got it. So she's got it. let's wait. Let's see. Because we want to talk.
So just do a couple hours without more agreements. Good morning, everyone. We are on the record in open court, and today is the second day of our trial. We had some conversations off the record that I just want to reference before we go forward today. So we were discussing some statements that are alleged to have been made at a prior time, and the issue has to do with, number one, whether they are relevant, and I guess that's the primary issue, whether they're relevant, whether I should consider them in my ultimate ruling. What I said to the attorneys during this conference and what I will now state on the record in open court is that the state that wants to offer this evidence should consider the fact that we don't have a jury here, so it's not a matter of me trying to decide what the jury should hear, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we should go too far afield of things that certainly could not possibly be relevant in any event. So I'm happy to hear testimony that is going to be offered, but the attorneys should use their professional judgment when asking questions and try to ask questions that I might consider to be relevant. And of course, Mr. Powell, if there are questions that you think fall outside the boundaries not only of relevance, meaning that it's may or may not be relevant depending upon my judgment, but things which are even less relevant than that, then you're welcome to make the objection, understanding that I'm going to do my duty in the end to separate out those things which are relevant from those things that I find to be irrelevant, and that will be reflected in my written findings. But that doesn't mean that the state shouldn't offer those things that they think might be relevant, and it doesn't mean that the defense shouldn't object to those things that they believe are not relevant and shouldn't be considered by me. So that's the record that I envision making, Mr. Powell.
Understood, Your Honor.
And Ms. Zimmerman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. With that, does the state have another witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Alan Zukowski.
All right. All right, come on in. The witness chair is obviously to my left. And if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you're going to be asked a series of questions. Please speak clearly and slowly into the microphone in response to the questions, all right? Okay, when you're ready, counsel, you can proceed.
Please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Alan Zukowski, A-L-A-N-Z-U-K-O-W-S-K-I.
And Mr. Zukowski, where are you employed?
I recently graduated from the University of Iowa. I start graduate school at the University of Arizona in August.
Okay, and what are you studying?
I study geology.
And you said you just graduated from the University of Iowa. When did you start at the University of Iowa?
I started in the fall of 2021.
And who was your roommate?
My roommate was Ali Younes.
And how did you come to be roommates with Ali Younes?
He was randomly assigned to my room.
And where did the two of you live?
Slater Hall.
And so when was the first time you met Ali Younes?
In person was the day that we moved in.
And did you live in Slater for the whole year with Ali Younes?
Not for the whole year, no.
And why not? Or
He-
excuse me, I'm going to rephrase that. When did you not live with him anymore?
In late October, he moved out.
And where did he move to?
I believe Burge Hall.
And when you lived with Ali Younes, did you see items in his closet?
Yes.
You lived together. The dorms are small. You would see each other's wardrobes.
Yes.
And did you see that he had a puffy coat?
Yes.
Do you remember what color it was?
Red, white, and blue.
And in April of your freshman year, so April of 2022, in late April, did you get a hawk alert?
I did.
And do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I received a hawk alert on my phone. It was a public safety notification about a crime that occurred near our building west. Along with that hawk alert, there were photos of the suspect, and I noticed the red, white, and blue jacket and pictures of the suspect I recognized to be Ali Younes.
And what did you do when you knew that it was Ali Younes?
I called the phone number provided on the hawk alert.
And what did you tell them?
I told them that I recognized the suspect and that it was my old roommate.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Next witness, please.
The state calls Detective Tiffany Lord.
All right, good morning. Please come on down to the witness stand. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay, please have a seat. And then after you're seated, you're going to be asked some questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone. Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yeah, Tiffany Lord, Tiffany. Last name's Lord, Lord.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a digital forensic examiner for the University of Iowa.
And first of all, are you a police officer?
I am.
What was your education and training?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. I also have my certificate in digital forensics from the Des Moines Area Community College. I'm also a member of the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, where I have my CFCE, which is the Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. I also have my MDF, which is the Mobile Device Forensic Examiner. I've also attended some training at NCFI, which is the National Forensic Computer Institute through the Secret Service. I've also attended some training at NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center.
And where are you employed officially?
The University of Iowa.
And by the University of Iowa Police Department?
Yes.
And do you have a special assignment?
I do.
And what is your assignment?
I work for what's called JFACT, the Joint Forensic Analysis Cyber Team.
And what is JFACT?
We do digital forensics there, so any sort of digital evidence, whether it be computers, tablets, phones, anything that's digital, we will take that and make a copy of that evidence and then process that evidence so it's in a readable format for the investigators or myself.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
Yeah, I work with a team. So on the team is Johnson County, Iowa City, North Liberty, Coralville, and myself.
Police departments?
Yes.
And so you don't spend your time out on the street anymore?
No.
Where do you all have an office, or how does all this happen?
We do have an office on a location that's undisclosed to the public, off campus.
And were you know why you're here today?
I do.
And were you asked to process a phone in this case involving Ali Younes?
I was.
And whose phone did you process?
It was Ali Younes' iPhone.
And do you remember when you were asked to process it?
It was April 26, 2022.
And when somebody asks you to process a phone, what do you do?
Yeah, so like I was stating earlier, what we do is we take a copy of the phone because we want to have a workable copy instead of changing the actual evidence. So we plug it into what's called a gray key that takes a copy of that evidence. And then I processed it through Celebrate and Axiom. Both of those are just something that makes the file system into a readable format for myself or the investigator to actually view what contents are on there.
And in this case, were you asked to process the phone for location data?
I was.
And did they give you a time frame for the location data?
I was told that it was on April 25th, 2022. I don't remember the exact times, but it was somewhere between like 10 p.m. and just before 11 p.m.
And in military time, what does that?
In UTC time? Or,
Yes.
In military time, yeah, so 2200 to about 2300.
And did you do that? And did you plot those locations on a map?
I did.
Your Honor, it's already up on the screen. You can see it on your screen, I think.
I can.
Showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a map of the locations from that night.
And would you mind, Your Honor, the state would offer States Exhibit 18 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 18 is admitted, and it appears to already be published. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if it's okay for the witness to approach the screen.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just orient the court to, and you might want to stand on the other side so Judge McKeever can see it. Is that better, Judge? Orient the court to what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this is going to be north, south, that's east, west. This is Capitol Street right here. This is the IMU bridge. This is, to correct this, it's not the Hampshire footbridge, this is the IMU footbridge, and that's the Hampshire footbridge up there.
Okay. And can you go through and, so what are the red dots there?
Those are different locations that the phone pinged off of to show where he was going.
And so there are some places where it's not just one red dot, but it looks like there's, for lack of a better term, a blob of red dots. What does that mean?
It's just multiple locations that are in that same area.
And could you point towards just what the path was in terms of the cell phone data that Mr. Younes took that night?
Of course. So this doesn't have a timestamp on it, but this is actually Burge Hall here. This is the starting point from what I pulled the locations from. Then he continued north here on North Capitol Street, up here to this is Slater Hall. Continued north up here into the woods, then went west on the Hampshire footbridge, and then came south in this trail right here, went behind the Stanley Museum of Art building, then behind right here, and continued behind the building near the Iowa River Trail, and then went over here, which then continued west, which, as you can see, is the Art Building West area. Right here in front, there's a little trail going, so continued there, which goes through the pond area, then went up here near the parking lot area, then around, and this is at 2217, he was behind the building, then came back over, and then you can see that continued east, went back up, north, here, north up here, and then continued back south, where then he went over east on the IMU bridge over this way.
Thank you. You can sit down. And so the location started about 10 o'clock or 2200,
Correct.
and they end at around 2245 in
Yes.
terms of what you plotted.
Yes.
And did you also examine the phone for phone calls?
I did.
And were there any phone calls of note during that time period?
Yeah, there was a call to Lima that was only 4 seconds. After that, there was a call to Maria Ortiz, and there's a couple phone calls to her.
And was that at the end or the beginning of the path?
The end of the path.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Is it Detective?
Yes.
Detective Ward. I just want to clarify, do you have your exhibit on there?
I do.
So that you don't necessarily have to remember it. It looks like you've got the phone being located at 2202 up at the top of your exhibit. That's the Hansher footbridge, correct?
Yes.
And then I think your testimony is that the phone moves down to 2220. Actually,
That's when he goes back up.
yeah, and that's I guess my question. The next one that you plotted is down, I think it's 2208 behind the art building.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So, I mean, from your exhibit, one could assume that this phone and who had the phone was traveling down that path, right? But on your exhibit, there's no plot between 2208 and 2202. Is that right?
There's the one circular plot right above north of 2220 that just doesn't have a timestamp on it.
Oh, okay. Then, I'm sorry, where is that one? Can you?
Yeah, so you see where it says 2220, where the most, I guess, the northern point between the Hansher Bridge and that, there's just a circle there with no pin or, you want me to come show you?
Is it right above where it says 222031 between
Yes.
Stanley Museum of Art and Theater Building?
It is just north of that, yeah, between, yeah, yes.
Okay. So you're saying that the pin is, the yellow pin is the 2220 between Stanley Museum of Art and Theater Building.
Correct.
And that circle is just, what is the circle then if it doesn't have a label?
That's it's a location also. So not every single point on here does have a timestamp. It's just the key points between.
And if your circle doesn't have a stamp, does this exhibit at least tell you whether that is closer to 2202 or closer to 2220?
Not on here, but I do have a timeline, and then my report also states all the timestamps.
All right. And then, so then you got 2208 behind the art building, and then your next plot after that is 2213, and now we're over to the left side of your exhibit, over toward Art Building West. Is that correct?
Yes, and we're on the southern side of the art building.
Okay. All right. And then later you have the phone crossing the bridge to the bottom of your exhibit, which you have corrected. On the exhibit it says Hansher, but that's actually the IMU bridge, right?
Yes.
And so you've got the phone plotted on the IMU bridge at 2225, and then making it across to the east side of the river at 2228 and 2230. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Were there any times that phone was located at Art Building West prior to this time period that's plotted?
Yeah, so in the early hours of April 24th, it was around, I think, 2:45 to 3 in the morning.
And you plotted the phone at Art Building West at that time?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Second, what you were just asked, that was the day before,
Yes.
like not the night of the incident, but the previous morning?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You can step down. Next witness.
The state calls Josh Lubbock.
come on in. The witness stand is to my left. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
Yes.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you'll obviously be asked questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone in response to the questions. Go ahead.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Joshua Kyle Lovick, Joshua KyleLovik.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what do you do for the University of Iowa Police Department?
Currently, I am a sergeant in charge of special events.
And can you describe your education and training for that position?
Yeah, I have a 4-year degree from the University of Iowa. As well, in 2014, I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, and since then I've had additional training opportunities to include sex assault investigations, interview and interrogation, as well as crime scene investigations.
And how long have you been at the University of Iowa Police Department?
Since April of 2014.
In April of 2022, were you employed there?
Yes, I was.
And what role or position did you have at that time?
At that time, I was a detective assigned to the investigations unit.
At some point on April 25th of 2022, were you made aware of an investigation at the Art Building West?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us when you first became involved with that investigation?
I first became aware of the investigation on the evening of April 25th because of the Hawk Alert. At that time, I called the on-duty supervisor to see if I would be needed, and at that time I was told no, so I went to bed and woke up and went into work, and that's when I was notified that we would be needed for the investigation.
So Detective Lovick, or Sergeant Lovick, excuse me, we've heard some discussion about Hawk Alerts in the past. Were you signed up to receive those alerts?
Yes, I was.
And seeing that it was an alert involving the university, that prompted you to call and ask if your assistance was needed?
Correct.
And do you recall if the Hawk Alert at that time, did you observe any photographs of a suspect or just a description?
No photographs, just a description.
Once you went into work the following day, can you tell us what the next step was in your involvement in this investigation?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tyrell notified me of the investigation and what he and Detective Cooper had done at that point. And then around approximately 8:15, 8:20, Lieutenant Tyrell informed me that they had a person of interest identified and that we were going to go try to locate that person.
And who was that person of interest?
Ali Younes.
And where did you go to first attempt to locate him?
Birch Hall.
Did you speak with or find Mr. Younes at Birch Hall?
We did not.
And what did you do next?
We waited outside of his dorm room and requested that maintenance come and change the lock to secure the room for a potential search warrant.
And what did you do after that?
We waited for maintenance, and once, while we were waiting, Ali's roommate arrived, and I talked to him briefly.
And do you recall who his roommate was at that time?
Carson Kirby.
And after speaking with Mr. Kirby, did you gain any further information on where Mr. Younes might be?
We did.
And what information did you determine at that point?
He shared with us that Ali was involved with a woman named Maria, and that he didn't have a last name, but while I was just talking with Ali, Lieutenant Tyrell was doing further investigation and potentially identified Maria.
And were you ultimately able to identify Maria?
Correct.
And do you recall her full name?
Maria Ortiz.
And were you able to determine where Ms. Ortiz resided?
We were.
Do you recall where that was?
629 South Johnson Street, apartment number 1.
And once you were able to make that determination, what was your next steps in the investigation?
Once we were able to get the lock changed at Birch Hall and secure that room, we left Birch Hall and made our way to 629 South Johnson Street.
Did you encounter anyone at the apartment at 629 South Johnson Street?
We did.
And who did you encounter there?
Maria Ortiz answered the door.
Did you notice anything when Ms. Ortiz answered the door?
I did.
And what was that?
As she was standing in the doorway with the door open, there was a jacket or coat hanging from a chair that matched the description of the person of interest from the video that I had seen.
And at that point, you had an opportunity to review any surveillance video that other detectives may have gathered at that point.
That's correct.
Did the jacket that you've just described, did that match the video surveillance that you had seen?
Yes, it did.
Do you recall what that coat looked like?
Yep, it was a red, white, and blue puffer-style jacket or coat with horizontal stripes.
And after you made that observation, did you do anything further, or did you locate Mr. Younes at that time?
Yeah, I asked Maria Ortiz if Ali was there, and she confirmed he was, and I requested that she go get him and have him come to the door.
And was Mr. Younes in that residence?
Yes, he was.
And after you asked him to come out, what was your next step?
Ali began to speak with Lieutenant Tyrell while I spoke with Maria.
And at some point, did you transport Ali Younes to another location?
I did not, but an Iowa City police officer did, yes.
And where was he taken?
He was transported to the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what was the purpose in transporting him there?
To interview him.
And who conducted that interview?
I did.
And with this, what date was this that you conducted the interview?
It was the next day, April 26th.
Sergeant Levick, are you aware of that the interview room has any camera recording equipment?
Yes.
And are you aware if cameras did in fact record that entirety of that interview?
Yes, they did.
And have you had an opportunity to review that interview video?
I have.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Mr. Younes at that time?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 19.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. At some point, my understanding is this exhibit will be offered in full, and I would like to make just a bit of record to guide the court as to the portions of it that may not be played here in court.
All right. Counsel, did you want to publish at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, and as Mr. Powell said, I intend to publish only portions of the exhibit at this time.
Okay. I'll just leave your laptop plugged in so you can. Are you going to play it from your laptop?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready.
It's loading. Lowe, does this appear to be the surveillance recording of that interview?
Yes, it does.
For the record, in the video about 29 minutes and 20 seconds.
I went to the gym. I probably came back and ate, and then I was studying. But I'm pretty sure that Maria came and picked me up.
Okay, after you were studying? What time was that at that Maria picked you up? Roughly.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
maybe like 9:30.
Where'd she pick you up at?
Bird. Probably like the front bridge. That's where she always comes. There's no more accurate times. She probably knows the times better.
Okay. What do you do after that?
Yesterday,
Yeah.
there's a spot that I had. I was smoking pot too. I went there too.
Where's that at?
Do you know the president's house?
Mm-hmm.
Right behind him, you know the greenery area?
Kind of like by the river?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, there.
Okay, so you go down there.
Yeah.
Is it like you take that sidewalk that's between the river and the president's house? You like walk down that sidewalk and like you can either go over a bridge or you can walk into the green space?
Yeah.
You're talking that green space?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you went and smoked some weed down there? What time was that at?
I usually go at night.
Was that before or after Maria picked you up?
Yesterday I went during the day because Maria picks me up and I don't have to go there during the night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So was it before Maria?
Yeah, maybe it was like at 4 or something.
Okay. But no later than that?
Yeah.
How certain are you
I'm like 100% certain.
that you weren't there any later than 4?
Yeah. 4 or 5.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's go from there. So at 5 o'clock, what'd you do after you smoked some weed?
I probably went back to eat. And then I like to hit the gym when I'm kind of high too. Because I can lift just as much. And I feel the muscle contraction a lot more when I do it.
After you smoke weed?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you go work out or not? Do you remember? Okay. So at 7 o'clock, after you smoked weed, you went back to your place? You went back to Burge? Okay. What'd you do after that? At 5?
Just studied. And then probably just hang out with Maria after.
Probably, or?
No, yesterday I think. Yeah, yesterday for sure.
So from 5 o'clock until Maria picked you up at 9:30, you just studied? You didn't do anything else? You didn't leave? You didn't go anywhere else between now and then? Okay. Can you remember any other details about your day? Do you remember what you were studying?
Sociology. And I have a paper for history of the Middle East, but I haven't finished that yet. Maria was helping me with that.
Okay. Was Carson in the room at this point last night?
Last night he was there, yeah.
Okay. So then you left at 9:30, went with Maria, and what did you guys do after that?
We were at her house.
Went back to her house?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you guys do at Maria's?
We watch TV. We eat. There's some more stuff, but I don't think that's relevant.
What's that more stuff?
Like we have sex sometimes.
Okay. Did you guys have sex?
Yeah.
What else?
With Maria.
What else did you guys do at Maria's place?
That's it.
Okay. You didn't do anything else? You just hung out, watched TV, had sex. What time did you guys go to bed?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
5.
Like 5 this morning? You went to bed?
Yeah.
So you guys stayed up 5 in the morning, Sunday night into Monday, and then Monday into today, you stayed up till 5 as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, Monday night, I stayed up till like 7. Couldn't sleep at all.
Like Monday morning?
Yeah.
Like you went to bed at 7 o'clock Monday morning and woke up at 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just really slept for 7 hours.
Yeah. And then you woke up, you went to bed at 5 o'clock this morning, woke up and we knocked on the door?
Yeah.
When was the last time? Did you guys smoke at all last night? At Maria's? Okay. And you had smoked before that as well?
Yeah.
All right, can you, so I'm just going to have to go back a little bit, go back to kind of like your Sunday night, Monday morning, and just kind of walk me through that again, okay?
Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yep. Like what happened on Sunday night?
So me and Maria went to this park, and then I dropped her keys in the water because I was trying to pick her up like this. She had my keys right here, tried to pick her up. She fell, like she was gonna slip, and then I was gonna catch her, but then the keys flew out of my hand. It fell in the river. Still haven't gotten up yet.
Okay.
And then we just went back. We had friends with us, and we drove in their car back to our house, our apartment, to get the keys. And this happened in Coralville. And we went back to Coralville to look for the keys. And I jumped in the water to go get them the first time, but I couldn't stay in there. It was way too cold. I'm not used to that cold at all. I had to get out right away. I tried, but I couldn't at all. Couldn't physically take that cold, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, so you dropped your keys in the car. Keys are still in the water, sorry. And then you guys went back, got her spares, I take it. And then you guys left.
Yeah.
And then Sunday night, are you hanging out at Maria's house again? Okay, and you stay the night. You go to bed about 5 o'clock in the morning and wake up at 2?
We don't always do that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just trying to get an idea of what happened that night, right? You woke up at 5, or went to bed at 5, woke up at 2 in the afternoon, and then walk me through your Monday again, yesterday. Walk me through from the time you woke up.
Monday?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. All of yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yesterday. Yesterday, I think I woke up at like 2, and I think I showered, and then I probably ate some food, and then probably went back to my room, studied, probably went to the gym too. Probably listened to some music.
Okay.
And then at night I went out, smoked weed.
And that was at what time?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Last night.
You went and smoked weed at 9?
Yeah.
Okay, you told me you smoked weed at 5. Is it 9 or 5?
It was Sunday, the day before.
Like on Sunday?
Yeah.
So last night you went out and smoked weed at 9 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and where'd you go smoke last night?
I went under the bridge.
What bridge?
Do you know the greenery area?
The what?
The greenery area?
Like by where you usually smoke?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I went under the bridge.
Which one?
The first one. Right by the greenery.
Right by the green, like the footbridge?
Yeah.
You went underneath there and smoked?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you smoke with anybody, or you smoked by yourself?
By myself.
Okay. So this was at 9 o'clock at night, not 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do after that, after you smoked? How long do you think you were out there smoking?
Maybe like an hour.
Okay. And then what?
And I kept going on a walk.
Okay. Tell me about that walk.
I'm just going to tell you the truth, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Because I know what this is about.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me.
It's about that woman.
Okay. What happened?
She was like, I was smoking weed, you know. I walked through that bridge after I was done. And then I sat on my chairs. And I saw a bunch of people walk by me, but I was smoking weed. And then I kept going. And I saw this woman that was really far, and there was somebody behind her. I didn't really care. And the only reason I went to buy the chemistry building is because by the art building is because I always go. I go with Maria, there's videos. Yesterday I climbed on that broken tree. Maybe the day before or the day before that. And I played with the ducks. I jumped from the mountain, not even. I always go there and I feed the ducks. They have a lot of sesame seed and apple. I always go there. And I saw this dude chasing this woman. And then I kept following them. And then they were so much ahead of me. They were like, it's like the woman was kind of running, and that dude was like behind her, and they were about to turn beside the building, and I was still on the other side. I could barely see him. I came across from the side, from the left, and I saw them too. And then I kept walking. I didn't really think it was a big deal, honestly. I should have ran, to be honest with you. I should have ran right as fast as I could. Go see what happened. Because then I went and I found her and she was passed out on the ground. And I wasn't sure what happened, but I was pretty sure that he hurt her because there was somebody and he wasn't there and she was laying on the ground.
Okay. What did he look like?
I didn't see him.
Okay, but you said he was following her?
Yeah.
And you didn't see what he was wearing?
He was wearing like a black jeans and he was like 6'2", 6'3". He was a pretty tall guy.
Okay.
And he had like a half white and half red jacket.
Okay. Okay. What else did he look like?
I didn't see his face, but none of them turned around.
Okay.
Too.
Whereabouts did you see him and her?
Where what?
Whereabouts did you start seeing him and her?
When did I start seeing him? Do you know this building that's like right here? And there's a river right here. And there's a bridge right here. Not the one that I go to, not the one by the green area. That one's right here. There's another bridge right here.
Kind of further down by like the IMU?
Yeah. By the chemistry, yeah, by the IMU, yeah. To the left, to the right of the IMU.
Yep, by the IMU?
Yeah, exactly. I was just going there, and I just passed that building to the right of me. In that old building.
Okay.
I've never been there, but it looks pretty old, and I really wanted to go in there because I like old stuff, but I wanted to go in there.
Okay.
And that's when I saw them. They were about to turn.
Okay, so you saw her like at that bridge?
No, that's where I was. I was like right after that bridge. I was right by the old building, and they were like all the way there.
Okay, on the other side of the river?
Yeah.
Okay, and so like you were on this side of the river?
Yeah.
And she was on this side of the river?
No, it's not that. If you have a map, I can show you, or I can draw it.
You want to draw it for me?
Yeah. Let's see. This is a river. This is where they smoke the pot. And there's a river right here. And there's this other bridge right here. That's where I smoke pot. That's my side. That's like the Birch Hall side. And
So-
that's our building side.
So this is a bridge and this is a bridge?
Yeah.
Okay, you smoked weed there?
Yeah.
Okay. And where's like the president's house? Since we're talking about that. Okay. And then where's Birch Hall?
Oh, the president's house must be right there. Actually.
Okay. And then where's Birch Hall?
Birch Hall. Yeah, we'll be somewhere here.
Okay. And you smoked weed at this one?
Yeah.
That's closer to Birch Hall?
Yeah.
And then this is the one down by the IMU?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you just want to write like Birch Hall right there for me? And if you just want to, like, since this is the river, right? If you just want to label that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so this is the bridge, and then where's the IMU in relation to this? Or that, you mentioned an old art building you walked by?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Okay, so that's my spot. This would be right here. So after the bridge got out, it was right here.
So that's like the old art building?
Is it?
Is that what you're talking about? Or the theater building, or, you're talking about some older building?
Yeah.
So there's like, okay. On the other side of the river, from where you smoked weed and like from where birds are?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right here.
Okay. And so where were you at?
I was like right here. And this is the art building.
Sure. Yep.
This is a walkway. This is like the water.
Yep.
That's like whatever trees. They were like the beginning of it, and everything happened right here.
Okay. What happened right there?
I'm not sure what happened right there. That's what I didn't know, and that's what I got scared of.
Why'd you get scared?
Yeah, I was super high last night, and I saw her, and I freaked out.
Okay. What happened here?
I took her earrings. And that's why I freaked out.
What'd you do with them?
I took them and I wanted to give them back. I was like, this is stupid and pointless. I wanted to give them back. But right when I wanted to, I looked at that and I saw those girls, and I got scared, and I was like, I wanted to call 911, but I didn't want to get involved. Especially because I was Middle Eastern too. I figured people in my high school were racist, and I was scared I'm gonna be blamed right away.
What'd you do with the earrings?
I have them.
Where are they at?
Maria's house. I can bring them to you guys.
Whereabouts are they at Maria's house?
They're in so if you go in the bathroom, you can write it down if you want.
No, you're fine, go ahead.
They're in the bathroom. You open the middle window, you open the floss,
I'm just gonna write that down. Okay.
and then the floss bottle.
Bathroom,
Yeah.
like in the cabinet? The mirror, is it like a mirror cabinet?
Yeah, middle one.
Middle mirror cabinet, and they're in a what? A floss?
Yeah.
Like a floss container?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I did some things wrong. I shouldn't have taken these earrings, and smoking weed is also wrong because it's against the law. But morally, I don't think it's wrong, but stealing the earrings is morally wrong. And I'm really sorry.
Tell me what happened to that girl.
My prediction is, to be honest with you, is that somebody that, I don't know if they knew her or not, but I think it was a robbery.
Ali, tell me what happened to that girl.
I don't know what happened to that girl. He must have choked her or snapped her neck. I don't know. She was laying there. And she was looking kind of purple. And I was scared. I don't like blood. I hate blood.
Did you see blood?
No, I didn't see blood, but I figured she was attacked. I knew somebody had to protect her.
What'd you do to her, Ali?
I didn't touch her. I just touched her earrings. I shouldn't have taken them. On the road, I wanted to get somebody. I was like, this is so wrong. Fuck it. Fuck the earrings. That's what I'm telling you. I can not understand anything with the earrings.
Yeah. I want to know what happened to that girl.
She choked her neck snapped.
Ali, you and I both know that's not what happened. Tell me what happened to that girl. You do know. You seem like a good guy. You seem like a good dude. Okay? I can tell this is weighing on you, man. Alright? I can tell. Okay? Sometimes we do things that we regret, and it doesn't represent who we are. I understand that. Okay? I think something happened last night. You already told me that you were super high. And sometimes we do things when we're super high or we're drunk or whatever it may be that isn't who we are. But we still did them, and we got to live with it. Right? We got to take responsibility for our actions. We got to own it. Alright, you already own that you took her earrings. Okay? What did you do to her? Tell me what you did. Think of your little sister. Think if somebody did that to her. What happened? You're out smoking weed, right? Under the bridge? Okay. And then what happened after that? Walk me through it. Walk me through how we got over here, okay? Walk me through how we got from here to over here. Where did you first see her? Was that before or after you crossed the bridge? Before?
No, I crossed the bridge first.
Okay. So where were you? So you smoked weed over here, and based on your drawing, you crossed the river to the west side, to the side that our building's on. And then you walk down towards the IMU Bridge. Okay, and then you're right here. And where was she at? Where was that girl at? She was down there on the other side of the river. And which way was she walking? She was walking towards you? Okay.
When I was like right here.
Okay, and then, so then what did you do when you got here?
I was kind of bored and then I started going, but I went in front of her. And I was sat right here. Those chairs. I was trying to light up some weed.
So you went and sat in these chairs?
Yeah.
And you waited for her?
No.
No.
I was in front of her.
You were in front of her?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened? So you walked across the bridge, and then you came back?
Yeah.
And she was here the whole time?
She was, when I was right here, she was probably somewhere here.
Okay. And then when did you go sit down and try to light up some more weed?
When I went down here,
Okay.
to the left, and the same person that walked to that here.
And where was she at?
She was behind me when I walked back. I saw her child coming in, and I didn't want to walk behind her, not scare her. So I was like, I want to go over there and still smoke some more weed. I didn't want to go back to Bird. So I was like, I want to go back, and I was planning on going back to like just chill somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And this must be a different thing. I think I've left this right at least one. I sat in the chair and wanted to smoke some because I think this whole thing is twisted. I think this is my weak spot. I think this is where the art building is.
Okay.
If you hadn't known that, you can tell.
No, that's fine. So you met her on the bridge. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. And then when you saw her, then you followed her?
I didn't follow her.
Or she followed you?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me then what happened over here. How did you get over here, Ali?
When I went there, I was kind of bored. I wanted to go look at the ducks. I know where their place is right here. You can go check their nest is right here.
Okay.
And they had a lot of eggs.
Okay.
So I went there. I wanted to go there, and I saw this woman and this man, and they got really suspicious. It was weird. And I was way far, but I didn't care. I didn't really care, to be honest with you. I was like, what if this could be someone like my mom or sister? I didn't want to go check.
What happened to that girl?
got choked. I bet saw him work underneath too.
Ali, what did you do to her?
I didn't do anything.
Ali, like I said, man, I think you're a good person. I think you're a good human being. Sometimes we make mistakes. Right? Even good people screw up. We fuck up. Right? What happened to that girl?
Why are you going to cry?
What's that?
Why are you going to cry?
I'm not gonna cry.
I was wondering.
No. Can you tell me what happened to that girl?
Probably got choked. Is she dead?
What happened to her?
She got choked.
What did you do after those two girls showed up?
I wanted to call the cops, but I didn't want to get involved.
Why not?
Business.
Because of what?
You would never believe.
I want to know what happened to that girl.
I choked her. Anybody could have. They reported that Caucasian male with brown hair.
Ali,
Because they saw him. I didn't see his face.
Ali, there are cameras in the area. There are cameras all over campus.
I was walking. They saw me walking.
We have cameras all over campus. Okay?
I know.
Yeah, you know. Alright. We didn't just come find you by accident. Alright? Sometimes we make mistakes. We gotta live with them. We gotta come clean. We all make mistakes, man. Think if somebody did that to your little sister, or your mom, or your girlfriend.
Be terrible. I just don't do it to other people's.
Ali, you and I both know that's not how it happened. I want to know how it happened. Okay?
I told you how it happened. There's nothing else to even say.
Did you have your phone with you that night?
My phone was dead.
How'd you get a hold of Maria?
I told her.
But your phone was dead.
It died after I was with her. I was with her the whole time. I don't have anything with the location on.
That's not what I'm asking.
But even if I did, I was there. I told you.
Why did you pick her? Did she say something as you guys walked by each other?
No, it doesn't.
Then what happened?
What happened is that somebody choked her. And I could have gotten away with a few thousand because the earrings are diamond, but I told you about it because I just want to get out of this thing. I didn't want to get involved because I knew this was going to happen. And I have the earrings and I can give them to you.
Why'd you take the earrings?
Because I figured they were worth a lot of money.
But you had your phone on you,
Yeah.
and you didn't want to call anybody to come help
Because
her.
I was super high. If I was conscious, I would have probably called people right away.
Ali, come on, man.
You're a really nice person, man.
You are too.
That's just how it works.
We gotta own our mistakes, man. You got a long life ahead of you.
Not with this.
Just listen to me, okay? You got a long life ahead of you, man. You got a bright future. But you gotta be able to take accountability for your actions. You gotta own it. You gotta take responsibility. We all make mistakes. The only way we're gonna grow from them and learn from them is if we own them. Right? I don't think you're a monster. I think you're a good dude. But what people are seeing is a monster, right? Whoever did this, right? This is your opportunity to tell me what happened. To tell me your side of the story. Walk me through it again, okay, Ali? Walk me through what happened.
What happened to that woman?
If you need to draw another picture, go ahead and draw another picture.
Don't answer some of my questions, dude. Answer all yours.
I think you know what happened to that woman.
What happened to her?
You were there.
Pretty sure she was alive on the ground.
Okay?
So what happened to her?
She is alive.
Should be able to identify her.
I want to know what happened, Ali. Tell me what happened. This is your opportunity. Is that on a piece of paper?
What is the charge for this?
We'll talk about that later. I want to know what happened. You're smoking weed, right? How much weed do you think you smoked?
Half a gram.
Okay. What'd you do after that?
Not a loss.
Okay. Can you show me where your walk went? Okay.
That's crazy.
Okay. So you crossed over to the other side of the register? Okay. And then what'd you do?
Walk right here.
Okay.
And then where the trail was like this. There's a house on it too.
Okay.
Pretty sure this is the opposite way though. Pretty sure this is where the weed spot is. I'm already gonna get charges for weed. I know that. And theft.
I'm not worried. I'm worried about what happened. That's what I want to know what happened.
But I'll still get charged for this and theft.
What happened after here?
That's it, man. I told you everything.
Where did you see this other guy following this girl?
Somewhere right here.
Where did you first see him and her?
Right here.
Or there, you said you saw her over here.
Sure, yeah, but him with her was right here. And then he came from the parking lot. Or the other side. Or he could have been walking from this part of the trail too. There's many possibilities. Parking, trail, the mountain.
So you're telling me if I go look at the cameras from here, I'm gonna see another guy?
You want to see another guy here or here?
Ali, you and I both know that's not what happened.
Can't say what
really happened? Tell me what happened when you first saw that girl on the bridge.
Well, I saw someone walking with some laptop bag or something.
Okay. What were you thinking?
Nothing.
Okay.
So you know what I wanted to do?
And what was that?
Go back and smoke more weed.
Okay. What did you do after you saw that girl?
I was like, I want to go back and smoke weed to the other side.
Okay. So did you cross the bridge?
Yeah.
So you were over here, and you crossed the bridge to smoke weed over here?
Yeah.
And is that what you did?
Here.
So was this spot on the Art West side? Okay, so you crossed the bridge, saw the girl,
Yeah.
came back, sat down and smoked weed,
Yeah.
and where was that girl at that point?
And I was smoking weed.
Mm-hmm.
She was walking all the way here.
Okay. And where, so you walked all the way to the other side of the bridge and turned around
Yeah.
in front of her or behind
In
her?
front of us, so she doesn't get scared.
Okay. And where did she go?
She just kept going forward.
Ali, you know we have cameras in that area.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. She kept going.
Ali,
If you had proof, you would just send me to jail. They would cuff me.
Ali, what happened?
It's really simple, man. Leave right here for up here. Or here.
Okay. You and I both know that's not what happened. Okay. There's nobody else on the bridge. There's nobody else over here.
There were many people.
No, there's not.
On that bridge.
Not at that time of night.
There were people.
There were other people.
Yeah.
Not people following her.
Yeah, but there were people.
There was one person following her.
And you're going to say that's you.
It was you. I want to know what happened to her over here. You and I both know what happened, Ali. You and I both know what happened there. What did you do to that girl? Why did you do that to her? That's what people want to know. That's what she wants to know. That's what we want to know.
No, you just have to look at me. She can tell you it's not me.
What happened? What did you do to her?
I stole from her.
What else did you do to her?
That's it.
Where did this guy go after he...
He probably climbed up the mountain. It's easy. Ali, you really think somebody else came up to her, assaulted her, you came up to look at her, you took her earrings, and then you ran off when other people showed up?
Because I was high, and I stole something from her.
What did you do to her?
I stole from her, stole her earrings.
You didn't do anything else to her?
No, I didn't hurt her. Why would I hurt her? That's pointless. I can have sex anytime. Why would I care about that? There's a lot of chicks that chase me too. Why would I just go assault a random person?
That's what I'm here to find out. That's what I want to know.
I told you all I know.
What do you think happened to her?
It could have been someone she knew because I think there was struggle.
What else? What do you think happened to her?
I think somebody I knew was taking revenge on her.
Okay. What did they do to her?
They were trying to hurt her.
How so? Do you know how?
Must have been something with the neck because and she was purple, so some must have been choking.
Anything else? Yeah. I already told you, man. This is your opportunity to tell me what happened. Is that what you're going to stick with?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just hang tight. I'll be right back with you.
For the record, stopping the video at 1 hour, 11 minutes, 56 seconds. Sergeant Levitt, can you tell us what the defendant told you about his familiarity with the Art Building West?
He was fairly familiar with the area. He, on his own free time, would enjoy going to the pond area to, as he described it, play with the ducks. And there was a nest with a bunch of eggs there from the duck, and he just enjoyed going there, feeding them, spending time there.
We heard in the video the defendant provided a description of the individual that he said was chasing the woman. Is there any similarity between the description he provided and the hawkler?
Yes.
And what similarities were there?
The fact that the person was wearing a red and white coat and was a Caucasian male.
And would that have been in the description alert that you got before any pictures were sent out?
Correct, yes.
Sergeant, can you tell us if, did the defendant change his story throughout the course of your interview with him?
Yes, he did.
And what were the differences?
Initially, his times were off. He said that he went and smoked weed between 4 and 5 o'clock down by the bridge and returned to his dorm room for the rest of the night before leaving his dorm and hanging out with Maria. And then he changed it to that he went on a walk after smoking weed, which ended up being later in the evening, to the west side of the river, as well as some details as far as what he did on that walk.
And in the interview with him, we hear the defendant admit to taking the woman's earrings. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did he provide a description? I know it's somewhat difficult to hear in the video, but did he provide a description of where those earrings were located?
Yes, he did.
And did you pass that information along to other investigators?
I did.
And can you just briefly tell us how the defendant described the woman in your interview with him? To clarify, after he's noticed her on the ground, how did he describe her?
Oh, okay. He described her as being purple and spit around her mouth, unresponsive, not talking, not making any noise.
For the record, we're going to move forward in video. For the record, we're beginning the video again at 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 34 seconds.
How long do you think you were looking at the pond?
Just a minute.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
I just kept going forward. I walked to check on what happened. I was kind of curious.
But like, there's a big wall here. There's like a big retaining wall. Like, where'd you stop to look at the pond? Like on the street side or?
Yeah.
Oh, on the street side?
Yeah.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
I just kept following that trail.
Then you followed that trail?
Yeah.
And that's where you found her?
Yeah. Because I've been on the trail before. Like me and Maria went there.
Okay. And then you found her.
Yeah.
And what'd you do at that point?
Well, first I freaked out. I was trying to find out who she is. I touched her. I was going to look in her wallet for ID, but I thought that was pointless. I wanted to see if she was alive. And then she was like purple. And it was like spit too.
What do you mean spit?
I thought there was like water in her mouth.
How could you see that?
I know, I saw some like piece of spit outside of her mouth.
Oh, like on the outside?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And when you say she was purple, was it her face that was purple or?
Yeah, I think her lip was a little purple.
Lip?
Yeah.
Okay. Was she making any noise?
Mm-mm.
Did she say anything?
I didn't think she was alive.
Okay.
That's why I took the earrings, to be honest with you. But I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And then the girls came, and I freaked out. I thought they would for sure think it was me that did it. Because I was the only one there, and there was a woman laying down in front of me.
Yeah?
But that's the logical thing, is
Well, I think the logical thing is when we find people that are laying down that aren't breathing or conscious or awake, is to call the police. You had a phone on you that was working, and you didn't call the police. Why didn't you call the police?
I took the earrings first.
And why? And you took the earrings? Why?
Because I knew they were diamonds.
Because they were expensive. So you were more concerned over some property of somebody.
Well, I thought she was dead.
Okay. So you thought. So you found a dead body. You think you find a dead body, and you take their earrings rather than call the police?
Jaime did that, yeah.
What's that?
Jaime did that.
Okay. So these girls come and you freak out, and then what'd you do when you freaked out?
I just left.
Okay. Where'd you leave?
I crossed the street, took a right, went on this bridge.
Like you went back the same way?
Yeah.
You went down
This bridge.
the IMU bridge? Okay. And then you went back to?
I went to Virgin and Maria picked me up.
Okay. Did you tell Maria what happened?
No.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had happened?
Doesn't know anything.
Okay. Did she say?
For the record, I'm stopping the video at 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 40 seconds. Sergeant Levick, obviously this is not the entirety of your interview. Did you make any other notes of, or did you note any other statements that the defendant made to you regarding the woman?
Yeah, it was at this point that he shared that he believed that she was dead.
Did he make any further changes in his story throughout the course of your interview with him?
He at that point, he generally stuck with his version of events.
After completed your interview with the defendant, did you have any further involvement in this investigation?
I did.
And what else did you do?
I assisted with some follow-up interviews, located some video footage from CAN buses and business from that evening. That's about it.
Sergeant Levick, you earlier testified that there was a description provided in the hawk alert. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was there any information specifically about a woman being choked in the hawk alert?
Not specifically that. It just said that there was an assault with injury.
So that information wouldn't have been public at that point?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I have very few questions for you. We just watched a portion of this rather lengthy video that you, I guess, participated in and recorded, correct?
That's correct.
In terms of asking you if you recall certain things that my client said, would you agree that the recording is probably the most accurate of what was said by either one of you?
Yes.
You were just a moment ago asked about a portion where Mr. Younes indicated that he thought the woman on the ground was dead, right?
Correct.
Earlier in the interview, he had said that he believed she was alive on the ground, right?
Correct.
And regardless, I think it's clear you don't believe that Mr. Younes was telling the truth about quite a few things that he said in this interview, correct?
I would say that's accurate, yeah.
In other words, you don't believe he was telling the truth about watching another male following the victim across the bridge or any of that information, correct?
About that specifically, correct.
In other words, you think that at least several of the statements that Mr. Younes made during this interview were lies or not the truth?
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
All right, next witness. Okay, break time. All right, yep, so it is about time for our morning break. We'll take a, let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll see you after the break. Thank you. On the record in open court. The record should reflect the fact that we just completed our morning break. And I believe before we proceed with the next witness, Mr. Powell, you're going to make a record regarding Exhibit 19.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 19 would be the interview recording, a portion of which you just listened to. The entirety of Exhibit 19 is admitted into evidence and would ask the court to review it in its entirety. Just for clarification, because it is a rather long recording in total, it starts approximately 10 minutes in with the interview of my client. There is an approximately 40-minute break starting at 1:12 on the recording, and then a nearly 2-hour break starting at 2:26 of the recording. Obviously, the court should check those times yourself, but I just want to give you that for clarification and encourage the court to watch the entirety of the video.
Okay. And for the record, I do view the exhibit as being admitted in its entirety, notwithstanding the fact that we did not play the whole exhibit here in open court, and it would be my intention to review all of the exhibits thoroughly, including Exhibit 19. Right. Anything else, Mr. Powell?
No, Your Honor, that's it.
Okay. All right, next witness.
The state calls Abend Altador.
All right, come on in. The witness chair is to my left here. And if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay, please have a seat. And then momentarily you'll be asked some questions. In response to the questions, please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone, all right? Okay. And when you're ready, counsel, you can proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Abend Altador. It's Abens Altidor.
Thank you, Mr. Altador. Can you tell us, are you employed anywhere?
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I am a case manager at Unity Point with Happy Health.
And did you go to college anywhere?
Yes.
And where did you attend college?
University of Iowa.
And when did you attend the University of Iowa?
From August 2021 to December 2023.
And while you were a student at the university, did you meet Ali Younes?
Yes.
And do you recall when you first met him?
We met on orientation week.
And when about would that have been?
August 2021.
And did you become friends at that point?
Yes.
And did you talk on a regular basis?
When we first met, we met on Iowa Week. We added each other on Snapchat, but we didn't start hanging out until March 2022.
And was Snapchat a typical way for you to communicate with your friends at that time?
Yes.
At some point, did Ali Younes make some concerning statements to you?
Yes.
And do you recall when about that was?
The first concerning thing he said was on Snap. It was like in March 2022. He said that he wanted, to run away to Mexico, and I asked him, to come over so we could talk about it. And then when he did come over to my house, he stated that, he wanted to kill someone and then run away to Mexico.
Stated he wanted to kill someone?
And then run away to Mexico.
And run away to Mexico. And you said that was in March of 2022?
Yes.
And that was when, after you had invited him over to your residence?
Yes.
And you considered yourself friends at that point?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Altador. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination. Oh, sorry, sir, you're not quite finished. The other attorney may have questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Powell.
Just to make sure I heard you okay, did you indicate that you first started hanging out with Mr. Younes in March of 2022?
Yes. So we was friends on social media, but we didn't start hanging out in person until March 2022.
So you were friends over social media prior?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. Next witness.
The state calls Travis Tyrell.
All right, come on up to the witness stand. It is to my left. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you'll be asked some questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone in response to the questions. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the court order?
Yes, Travis Tyrell. It's Travis Tyrrell.
And where are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what's your position at the University of Iowa Police Department?
I'm a lieutenant in charge of the investigations division currently.
And can you describe your education and training for that position?
Yes, I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in April of 2010. Since then, attended several in-service trainings and investigative specific trainings, including interview and interrogations, crime scene processing, and supervisory schools.
And did you work anywhere before the University of Iowa Police Department?
Not as a police officer, no.
In April of 2022, were you employed at the University of Iowa Police Department?
Yes.
And what position did you hold at that time?
I was an interim supervisor for the investigations division at that time.
And what are some of the duties that you did in that role?
I was still a part of a drug task force, so I managed some casework as a narcotics officer, as well as taking on other criminal cases with the University of Iowa. And then beyond that, I managed some casework and approved reports, helped manage larger cases.
In April 25th of 2022, were you made aware of an incident on the campus near our Building West?
I was.
And can you just tell us what your first involvement was in that case?
Yes. It was around 3 in the morning on the 26th, the following morning, that I became aware of the situation that occurred. I received an email that had some intel bulletin attached to it that I received from Officer Ian Mallory, and I also had a telephone conversation with the on-duty patrol supervisor, Sergeant Carlson at the time. He's a lieutenant now.
And is that typical in an investigation to start with gathering information from patrol officers?
Yes, I came in then to work and began gathering information.
And what did you do after you gathered that initial information?
I believe I arrived at the police department around 4 in the morning, gathered information from the patrol officers who responded to the scene initially. I gathered information from the sergeant who was on duty, brought all that information together, and then began relaying that information to the other detectives who were then coming into work to assist with the case.
And what did you do next?
We reviewed some security footage that was already gathered the night before, and in that footage there was a subject of interest that was identified based on the descriptors that was received at the time of the suspect. We had a pretty clear possible identity of the person who did that crime.
And who was that?
Ali Younes.
And once you had developed the defendant as a suspect, what did you do after that?
We identified the location that he was staying in a dorm room at Birch Hall.
And did you locate Mr. Younes at the Birch Hall residence?
No, we did not. He was not home at that time. So we secured that room, rekeyed it so that we were the only ones who had access to it for a subsequent search warrant.
And were you able to determine where Mr. Younes might be?
Yes, we identified that he had a possible girlfriend or a female acquaintance that he often stayed with. About half the time was the estimate that he stayed with this other female.
And do you recall her name?
Maria Ortiz.
And do you recall would Miss Ortiz be residing at that time at 629 South Johnson Street?
Yeah, she resided in an apartment there, apartment number 1.
And did you go to that apartment?
We did.
And can you tell us what you observed when you went to that location?
Yes. Detective Lovick knocked on the door, and it was fairly quickly answered by Maria Ortiz. We asked Maria if Ali was there, and she said yes. And so we began to call Ali from the apartment.
Did you make any other observations of the apartment at that time?
Yes. As soon as the door opened, there was a red, white, and blue puffy coat that was hanging on a chair by the table. It was very identifiable as the coat that the subject we were looking for was wearing. And there was also a pair of Nike shoes on the floor directly inside the door that were very close or identical to the ones that the subject was seen in camera wearing.
And that was the surveillance camera that you testified you reviewed?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Lieutenant, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 20. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that State's Exhibit 20 appear to be?
This is a screen grab from a body camera that I was wearing at the time that shows the door halfway open with the suspect's coat hanging inside the door.
And you mentioned wearing a body camera. Does that record throughout the entirety of your interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that body cam footage?
Yes.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of the events that you recall from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State moves to admit State's Exhibit 20.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 20 is admitted, and you can publish when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Lieutenant, you testified that that was the jacket that you observed. It's a little hard to see here, but what's the coloring on that jacket?
Yeah, the bottom of the jacket is red, the center is white, and the top is a dark blue, navy blue.
And what happened after you located Mr. Younes in that apartment?
We detained him and placed him into an Iowa City squad car to be transported back to our police department where he could be interviewed. And then we secured the residence for a subsequent search warrant.
And what was your next step after that?
I waited for Detective Cooper to receive that search warrant, and then myself and an Iowa City officer executed the search warrant within the residence and conducted our search.
Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 21. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what State's Exhibit 21 is?
That's Ali Younes at the time that we made contact with him wearing a yellow Iowa shirt.
And again, a fair and accurate depiction of Mr. Younes at the time of your first contact with him.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 21 is admitted.
Lieutenant, can you tell us, are you able to tell at all when you first met Mr. Younes about how tall he was?
I would have estimated him to be about the same height as myself, roughly 5'9", 5'10".
And can you describe his build?
He was muscular built. I do remember at some point placing hands on him, on his arms, and feeling his muscles. He was very tense, but very, I would say, stout.
And you testified that after you received the search warrant, then you began a search of the residence at 629 South Johnson.
Yes.
Did you find, what items were you looking for and did you collect at that time?
We were looking for anything that would connect Ali Younes or the suspect to that crime, including clothing items, the earrings that were missing from the from the victim, Ms. Rizzo. We were looking for cellular devices and then anything else that we could find that was of value to our investigation.
Were you able to locate the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And did you collect that item for further testing?
Yes, we found that just inside the bedroom, to the left of the entry to the bedroom door.
And you mentioned the earrings that Ms. Rizzo was wearing. How did you come to determine that the earrings were in that residence?
While we were conducting our search, I received information from the investigators at the police department that Ali Younes had told them where the earrings were and that I would find them in the bathroom in the center of the medicine cabinet on the wall.
And did you go to that location?
I did, and inside there, I was told to look inside a floss container, inside the lid of a floss container, and when I opened up the floss container in that cabinet, I found the earrings.
And I'm going to show you, Lieutenant, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22. And can you tell us, again, what this photograph depicts?
That's me holding the floss container, and you can see the diamond earrings in the center of it, sitting inside the container.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 22 is admitted.
And were you able to confirm that those were the earrings that belonged to Ms. Rizzo?
Detectives Cooper and Lovick eventually were able to identify those by some clear identifiable markings that were on those.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The State calls Brett Cooper.
All right, come on in. The witness chair is to my left. You could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you'll be asked some questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone in response.
Okay.
Go ahead, counsel, when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yeah, my first name is Brett, B-R-E-T-T. My last name is Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R.
And can you tell us where you are employed?
Yep, I work for the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what do you do for the police department?
I'm a detective in the investigations unit.
And about how long have you worked there?
I've been with the university since 2013. I've been in investigations since 2019.
And can you describe your education and training for that position?
Yep. I graduated from Kirkwood Community College in December of 2012, and then I began my law enforcement career with the University Heights Police Department as a reserve police officer in 2011 until 2013.
And in April of 2022, were you a detective then as well?
I was.
On April 25th of 2022, were you made aware of an incident on campus at the Art Building West?
I was made aware April 26th of the incident that occurred on April 25th.
And can you just tell us how you began the investigation, or what you started with?
Yep. So I was notified that morning from my supervisor that there's an incident that occurred, and so I came into work early that morning, and then I was briefed by my supervisor and the responding officer as well.
And after you kind of gathered that information, what did you do next?
I then contacted the victim in the incident, and she agreed to meet with me at her residence.
And did you meet with Ms. Rizzo?
I did.
And as you began to gather that information, were you able to develop a suspect in the case at that point?
We were.
And was that the defendant, Ali Younes?
It was.
Once you met with Ms. Rizzo and began to develop the defendant as a suspect, what was your next step?
At that point, other detectives went to the defendant's residence as I was working on getting search warrants for the residence and for his DNA, his clothing, his phone, things like that.
And did you continue to provide updates and information to the other officers who were working in other areas of the investigation?
I did. We were in contact with each other.
Was the defendant then eventually arrested?
Initially, he was detained, taken to our department, and then after the interview with one of the other detectives, at that point he was arrested, yes.
And were you made aware that the defendant at some point made or posted bond in the case that he was charged with?
I was.
At some point were you made aware that the defendant was on a GPS ankle monitor?
I was.
And in May of 2023, do you recall what happened with the defendant on his GPS ankle monitor?
Yep. I was notified that he had cut his ankle monitor and ultimately fled the country.
And were you involved in that investigation as well?
I was.
And where did the defendant flee to?
The Kingdom of Jordan.
And were you made aware then, Detective Cooper, at some point when the defendant returned to the United States?
I was.
And do you recall what date, or around what date he returned?
I don't recall the date specifically off the top of my head. I remember it was in September.
And what year
24.
would that have been? I'm sorry, what year was that?
2024.
And in September of 2024, did you have the occasion to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And where was that interview conducted at?
I was at Johnson County Jail.
And did you, was that interview recorded on any surveillance or body-worn camera?
It was on my body camera.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
I did.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with the defendant?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 23.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 23 is admitted, and if you like, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we start the video, Detective Cooper, does this appear to be the angle that your body camera captured at the jail in September of 2024?
It does.
And was anyone else conducting the interview with you?
Detective Mallory was with me.
For the record, we're going to begin the video at 13 minutes and 3 seconds.
Back to the original incident that I earlier was. Tell me what was going on that night.
I was really drunk, and I saw her, and I saw she had her bag, and I didn't know what was wrong. I got mad, and I attacked her, and I took her earrings, but as I did it, I was like, this is bad, and I was like, gonna save her life, and then I looked back, and then I saw two girls, and I was like, if I get caught here, I'll get arrested for sure, so I tried not to get arrested. I left. Yeah.
So, you said you attacked her. Yeah. What was going through your mind at that point?
Nothing, man. I was really high. I couldn't even think. I just got pissed and I thought she had a lot of money.
Okay. Yeah. And so that was the only reason why you attacked her, since you thought she had money?
Yeah, in her purse.
Okay. And so, before you want to do anything else?
No. Okay. Like, I didn't assault her. I didn't touch her clothes. I checked. I wasn't in it for sex or anything like that. I just wanted the money. I had a girlfriend.
Yeah. Maria, right?
Yeah.
And so you weren't going to do anything sexual to her?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I just want to make sure. And so then you took the earrings. What were we going to do with those?
I wasn't going to sell them. I thought they were even fake. I was really.
They were big, weren't they?
Delusion, huge ass earrings.
Yeah. And so, were you going to give those to Maria? understand that was your plan with it. And so I remember when you talked to the other detective that day, you said that you thought that she was dead.
Yeah.
Did you think you killed her? So you thought you killed her?
No, I didn't think she was 100% dead. I just knew she was like not awake for sure. So,
gotcha.
and I was trying to resuscitate her, like give her CPR, but I wasn't trying to breathe her in her mouth. I wanted to just like see if she could breathe again, because I was like, what have I just done?
And so she wasn't breathing at all at that point.
I wasn't sure, but I thought she could have even faked it, because when she stopped like moving, she kind of moved her arms slowly, and I thought it was a little unnatural. So I thought she could have been like on purpose to make me stop. But you know, as I realized I was doing it, I stopped.
Yeah. I know like sometimes when people are at a state where they're losing blood flow in their way, sometimes their body makes involuntary movements. So I'm guessing that's probably what was going on with her.
I think so. I felt really bad. I was going to call the cops for real, but I figured they'd instantly arrest me, and I wanted to escape, but I didn't even try to leave the country. I knew I was going to get arrested the next day. So I just spent one more night with Marie before I went to jail.
Yeah. And then, if I remember, you saw the hawk alert then that morning when you woke up?
Even at night, Marie told me there was a dude with the white, blue, and the black jacket locked, and I was like, not me. Yeah, I saw you in the scene saying, what? Yeah, she asked me. Oh, shit. I was like, not me, Marie.
Did she believe you?
I think she believed me, but it was suspicious. Yeah.
Is that all you said to her? It wasn't you?
Yeah, it was just like, I don't know who did it.
This is the shaggy defense.
Yeah, I told her it wasn't me.
Ali, did you put your hands around that lady's neck?
Yeah, I did it. It was me.
Did she lose consciousness right when you hit her and she went down, or did she lose consciousness after you?
After I choked her. But it wasn't long, I stopped right away. When I went to attack her, I wasn't even going to her. She turned around and I just grabbed her.
Okay. Do you know anything about that lady?
No, I've never seen her before. It's the first time ever.
I mean, now, after looking it up, and
I just saw that she's in a jewelry deal with a family in Iowa City.
yeah, that's the big giant jewels, or the big giant earrings. So, you're going to have to get a new defense attorney. Like the attorney who was representing you before can't be your attorney again this time. So someone's going to have to defend you or speak on your behalf in court in the future. And so a lot of stuff has to be redone. So this is going to be a slow sucking process. It's going to suck. Did you and your defense something that stuck with me every time I've ever watched that video is I watched you. You're walking, following that first girl, and you see, the lady's name is Anne. Yeah. And you see Anne as you're walking across the bridge. Yeah. And I can see your face, and you stop, and you turn, and you look at Anne. Yeah. And you look back at the girl who's up in front of you, and you kind of like make a decision. You remember doing that? Yeah. What made you change your mind?
I was just gonna go home, and then I saw her, and I was like, oh.
Once you changed your mind and you went after Anne, did you realize she was as old as she was?
No, I thought she was like 40s, but when I saw her video on the internet, I figured she's older because there's some big wrinkles in her face.
Yeah. That night, did you think she was a college kid?
No.
You knew she was an adult?
Yeah, but I thought she could have been a professional in the art building, but it was closed.
That's a good point, yeah.
I figured she was just like somebody from college leaving going to the car.
Yeah. The reason why that particular moment in time bothers me is because it feels like you're changing your mind. It feels like you were going to do something or go after the younger girl, and then you change your mind and decide to go after the older one. Whether you knew that she was older or not, or whatever. I mean, you got the young, super hot smoking girl in front of you, and then you got this lady who you end up passing by and turn around and end up going after her. That's something that sticks with me. Ever since I saw that video, that's something that just like really resonates in my head. And I was just hoping I could use this opportunity for you to explain to me what was going on in your head at that moment.
It was like, I smoked weed back in other stuff.
Yeah.
And I was going to go home because I usually take sometimes to take a trip or walk around the forest because I like trees and nature. Anyway, I was going to go home to my room in Birch Hole.
Yeah.
With my roommate from Cameron or something.
Yeah.
And I went there, and I was going. And I saw her, and I was like, I best take some money. But I wasn't going to hurt her, I was just going to snatch her down, and she was running. So I was really suspicious, but I just kept going. I was going to take her back, I looked into it, but I found no money, and I left. But I found the earrings were like $20, that would be just nice to, keep or give to a break.
Yeah.
So I did.
Detective Cooper, initially when the defendant was charged with these crimes, do you recall when that was?
It would have been April 26th of 2022.
And you testified that his escape was in May of 2023, is that right?
Correct.
Do you recall if this case had been set for trial at that point?
It had.
We heard on the video some talk about defense attorney. Did the defendant admit that he had reviewed some of that evidence with his attorney?
He did.
And when you conducted this interview, this was in September of 2024.
Correct.
Thank you, Detective Cooper. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Detective Cooper, you would agree that that interview, and to be clear, that is, we can't see you, but you're talking, right? That's your body camera?
Correct, yes.
And then is that Detective Mallory also sitting at the table?
Correct.
We only saw a portion of that recorded interview, correct?
Correct.
First of all, would you agree that in terms of what exactly my client said during that interview, the recording is probably the most reliable way to figure that out?
Correct.
I mean, in other words, rather than you being asked what he said or didn't say, the recording itself would be the best piece of evidence for that.
Correct.
Later on in that interview, did Detective Mallory ask Mr. Younes if he had anything he wanted to say to Ms. Rizzo?
He did.
And offered him like a piece of paper to write a note to him?
Correct.
And that portion would be on the interview at a later time?
Correct.
Do you remember what the note said?
I don't remember verbatim, but the summary of it was that he was sorry for what he did to her, and that he was the one that attacked her, and that he hopes that she forgives him.
And he didn't mean to, and he was not in the right state of mind, something like that?
Again, I don't remember the exact wordage, but I believe so.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, thanks.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You can step down. And
I know we don't have witnesses called till 1:30.
all right,
And we have two more, so that would be it for us.
okay. All right, so it looks like we'll be. Go ahead, Mr. Powell. Was there?
Your Honor, I just wanted to make a brief record regarding witness Altador. I think we're on the same page, but we kind of discussed that off the record.
Sure.
And I'll give the state a chance to respond if they feel like they need to. But my understanding was the court wanted to sort of hear what the proposed statement by Mr. Altador was. The court having done that, I just want to reiterate that I object to the court admitting and or relying on the statements of Mr. Altador here today for the reasons that I think we covered fairly extensively in our record at the beginning of this trial yesterday morning. And for those reasons, the court obviously having an opportunity to now hear it and consider the arguments of both sides, I just wanted to reiterate that that is objected to by the defense, and we would, it is our position that that statement would not be allowed in were this a jury trial, and the court should not consider it for any reason at this time.
All right. And does the state want to make any further record in that regard?
Yes, Your Honor. We would just ask the court to review, of course, State versus Richards, which we discussed before, which the court doesn't even think it's a close call. The court says in that case we do not see any problem in admitting the statement in that case, and the court has that citation in the pleadings. And then there's State versus, which is the case that Richards cites to, which is 530 Northwest 2nd 77, and the important relevant portion of that is on page 83 of that opinion. And in that case, the court goes even further and says it's not even character evidence, it goes to the intent, that he is admitting what his intent is. And I think that's what we have here with the statements of Mr. Altador to Mr. Younes to Mr. Altador. So, thank you.
Your Honor, very briefly, may I
Sure.
respond? I will point out, I believe in the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine, I think the Richards site is incorrect. It says 2023. It's actually a 2012 case. So to the extent you were using that site, I believe the rest of it is correct. They're not. This situation is not the same as either of those cases, and I would just reiterate that in both of those cases, the statement that preceded the criminal act was specifically, it was about the eventual victim. It was closer in time, and in both cases, the defendant had made those statements about the person he was eventually charged with killing. In this case, it is a statement unattributed to any specific individual. It is a general statement from some unknown time the month previous. It almost certainly could not be about Ann Rizzo, as my client did not know who she was at that time. And so I disagree with the connection or the argument that this is very similar to either of those cases cited by the state, because it is certainly not about the person that my client is charged with assaulting her.
All right. And Ms. Zimmerman, you look like you want to say something else.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would just say that in State versus White, it is specifically not about the victim, but about the gun that the defendant is referring to. So it has nothing to do with the victim, and that is not a domestic case. So the relationship is not important.
All right. And so I'm just going to take this opportunity, since this is actually the first time we have discussed this in detail on the record, although I know that you have information in your pleadings that talk about this. The particular statement that we are now litigating is the statement from Mr. Altibor that at some point in time the defendant said that he wanted to kill someone and run away to Mexico. And my understanding is that the state wants me to consider that statement as it relates to the defendant's intent, and the defense does not want me to consider that statement for that purpose or anything else related to the trial. So just so I'm stating the parties' positions correctly.
That is correct, Your Honor. We believe that that would be qualify as a prior bad act statement rather than a statement of intent as to what happened on April 25th.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, we obviously think it's a statement of his intent and an indication of his state of mind shortly before he committed these acts.
Okay. All right. Thank you, folks. So we'll see you after lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30 and we'll be in recess until then. We'll see you at 1:30. Thank you.
And I'm going to show you what's marked State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a diagram of the structures of the neck, some of the main arteries and other structures that make up that.
Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 25 is admitted.
Your Honor, may the witness approach the diagram?
Yes.
Ms. Rasmussen, could you point out the anatomy there and explain to us what happens when somebody is strangled? And I would recommend maybe stand on the other side so Judge McKeever can see you.
So the blue lines here on both sides, that is the jugular vein, and that is the main vessel that takes unoxygenated blood from the brain back down to the lungs and the heart. The red lines here are the carotid arteries, which take fresh oxygenated blood from the heart and lungs up to the brain. Right here at the top is a hyoid bone that kind of helps with the structure of the upper airway. It also helps with tongue motion. Number 4 is the cricotid cartilage, which is part of the larynx, commonly referred to as the voice box. 4 is the thyroid cartilage, 5 is the cricotid cartilage, excuse me, and then 6 is the tracheal rings, which make up the airway or the trachea.
And when somebody is strangled based on your training and experience, what happens to that anatomy?
So when pressure is applied to the neck, it can do a few different things. One, it can put pressure on that trachea, that airway. It's kind of made of a firm rubbery tissue, so it can be easily compressed. So when pressure is applied to the front, it can collapse that airway so the person is not able to bring in fresh oxygen or exhale that carbon dioxide. If pressure is applied to more the front kind of area, you can get, sorry, on the sides there, pressure to the carotid arteries. And as I said, that brings fresh oxygenated blood from the heart and lungs to the brain. And when pressure is applied there, it can cut off that blood flow, and that prevents that blood from going up to the brain. And the brain tissue is very sensitive to oxygen deprivation, so within mere seconds, brain cells can begin to die without that oxygen and blood flow. And if we apply pressure to the jugular veins, that can stop the unoxygenated blood coming from the brain back down to the lungs. And either all 3 can be compressed or a combination of things can be compressed. If the jugular veins are compressed and the carotid arteries are still open, then the oxygenated blood is still going up to the brain, but that unoxygenated blood cannot flow back down. So it kind of creates a pressure like a balloon on the end of a hose, so that as the blood flow keeps going from the carotids, it doesn't have anywhere to go, and so the vessels will kind of expand and eventually can burst. Or if you have pressure to both, it will just completely stop that blood flow from going from the heart to the brain and from the brain back to the lungs and heart.
Okay. You can have a seat. And I should have asked you before, but I didn't. Are you aware of anything having to do with why you're here today to testify?
I assume there was a strangulation involved, but
you haven't examined any patients or done an exam on anyone regarding this case?
Not in relation to this, no.
And you've never met somebody named Ann Rizzo?
No.
And you were talking about the blood vessels bursting, those kinds of things. Why is strangulation so dangerous?
As I said, the brain is very sensitive to a lack of oxygen. It is the organ of the body that is most sensitive to a lack of oxygen. So within seconds, brain cells can begin to die if they don't have that continuous flow of oxygen. In order for our bodies to operate properly, we need to have our breathing intact, to be able to breathe in and out, and you need that circulatory system of the blood flow moving in a process. So if either one of those is disrupted, it can cascade into a lot of different issues that eventually will lead to death if they are not resolved.
What are those issues?
So with strangulation, the first thing that we are concerned about is, that brain damage. Because we are not getting oxygenated blood to the brain, those cells begin to die almost immediately within seconds. And as I said, if that continues, eventually that will lead to brain death. When respiration ceases, whether that's due to lack of blood flow to the brain that innervates, that causes us to breathe without having to think about it, that will lead to cardiac issues where the heart may stop working. We can have issues where when the airway is occluded, we cannot breathe in, so we're not bringing in that fresh oxygen. We can have damage to the airway, whether that is a fracture to the trachea or swelling of the trachea, that airway, that can close that off as well. So there is a lot of different ways that those can all work together or individually can cause death in a very short period of time.
Do you have an estimate about how long it would take?
So with prolonged pressure to the carotid arteries, patients will often be unconscious within 10 seconds or less, as long as it is continued sustained pressure. Without that blood flow, respirations will cease in as early as 62 seconds, so just barely a minute, and we are on our way to death. Brain death, it usually occurs within 3 to 4 minutes.
And why did you, is strangulation something that physicians are trained on?
Not frequently. I have done a lot of different lecturing to med students, EMTs, staff physicians at the hospital here, because it is not commonly something that is standard taught in medical school. It is not really a big focus, unfortunately.
And why did you say unfortunately?
Because it is such a high-risk activity, and when people are not aware of the risks, then they cannot properly assess those patients when they come in. And so few of these patients do come in for care because as a society we are not educated about this, so people don't realize that they are in great danger because there's often no external visible injuries to these patients.
So what's the difference? There are obviously people who survive strangulation, correct?
Correct.
What's the difference between a fatal and a non-fatal strangulation?
There can be a lot of factors. It's a very fine line. A lot of experts will say that there are only 2 types of strangulation patients, dead ones and near misses, but it's a fine line. It really depends on the amount of pressure applied, how long that pressure was applied, the location on the neck, and those factors all come into play.
Can you talk about the amount of pressure applied? How does one measure that, and how much pressure would it take?
So it takes a surprisingly little amount of pressure. When we're talking about the jugular veins, as we said, that's kind of the more external. It takes about 4.4 pounds of pressure to occlude those. For the carotid arteries, it's 11 pounds of pressure. The neck is not very well protected. If you ever feel your pulse on your neck, that is the carotid artery you're feeling. You can feel that pulsation. And for the trachea, that airway, you can occlude it with 33 pounds of pressure or fracture it between 35 and 46 pounds of pressure. And to kind of put that into a context that makes more sense, for a handgun trigger, it's about 6 pounds of pressure. To open a pop tab like on a soda can, it's 20 pounds of pressure. So again, the carotid takes 11 pounds of pressure and the pop tab is 20 pounds of pressure. The average handshake is about 60 to 80 pounds of pressure, and the maximum grip strength of an adult is about 100 to 120 pounds of pressure. So you can fracture the airway, which requires the most amount of pressure, in about half of a handshake.
Fair to say that the neck is a very vulnerable area.
Yes, it's not well protected, especially from the front there.
And if you do survive strangulation, can there be delayed effects?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen immediately, and there's some things that can come hours, days, even weeks later. One of the most emergent things would be swelling, whether that's to the airway itself, the trachea, or to the soft tissue around it, because that can close off that airway so that patient is not able to breathe in. Additionally, if the trachea is fractured, that would likely cause fairly immediate death because it would block the airway. We also can see injuries to the vessels in the neck, so especially that carotid artery. Whether it's due to pressure or because of twisting, there can be damage to that vessel, which when that vessel tears, you can get a tear to the inside lining of the artery. And when that happens, our body repairs it as it would with anything else by forming a blood clot, like a scab on the outside of your skin. But that blood clot, if it's big enough, it can block that blood flow. So that would, again, occlude the blood flow. Or it can create a clot that then breaks off, and that will then travel up to the brain to a smaller vessel where it would cause, where it would get lodged there and cause what is called an ischemic stroke, or a stroke that is a blood clot, and that would block the blood flow going upstream of that. Or it can do another thing which is called an artery dissection, where it creates a flap and the blood can kind of get up into that area and create a clot there. That flap can kind of occlude the blood flow, and it can also cause something called a pseudoaneurysm, where the outer part of the vessel starts to pouch out. If you know much about aneurysms, it's kind of a balloon on the side of a vessel, and that, because it's ballooning out, it's stretching, and it's a thinner then, and it can burst and cause bleeding out there.
So what would some of the symptoms be, just that would be typical for somebody to report? They wouldn't be able to see inside their airway, but so what would they report in the days after being strangled?
For the vessel damage, unfortunately, it's usually kind of a silent injury. People don't know until it's causing significant damage where they are actively having a stroke or a bleed, and there's then very little time to help with that. If it's airway swelling, they would probably have difficulty breathing. Other things that may not be as emergent, you can have, patients will often have neck pain, tenderness, difficulty breathing, changes to their vocal cords, whether they had damage to the voice box itself or the nerves that innervate that. You can have changes to your voice. I'm trying to think what I've all said. So or you can have neurological symptoms too. That would be likely a stroke symptom. So numbness, tingling, facial droop, things like that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Ms. Rasmussen, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I just want to be clear. I think, and you may have said it more than once, you said that if a person is strangled, it can take seconds. I think you said as little as 10 seconds before a person is rendered unconscious.
Correct.
It takes surprisingly little pressure to, I suppose, strangle somebody to the point where they would pass out.
Yes.
One of the symptoms of having been strangled, particularly if it's to the point of unconsciousness, is that the person has difficulty remembering exactly what happened.
It can be.
And that could even exist, after the person has woken up and come around. They still might not have an accurate memory of what happened when they were being strangled or before that.
Correct.
You, in your CV, you went to a thing in March of 2025 called Emerging Trends in Young People, Strangulation and Reproductive Health Implication. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And this goes back to the question about sometimes physicians are not aware. Isn't it true that there's sort of a concern or a rise in strangulation amongst young people, particularly like when it comes to reproductive issues or sexual partners, that sort of thing?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Right. Isn't there a concern amongst the medical persons such as yourself, that young people might be strangling their partners and perhaps not realizing how dangerous that practice is.
Correct, yes.
I mean, is that part of the reason for that seminar that you went to in March of 25?
I presented that seminar.
I'm sorry, yeah. So you presented that because there's a need to get awareness and or information out about that.
Correct.
And what that means is that there are people who are, for whatever reason, they're using strangulation and they don't necessarily realize the things that we just talked about, that a person can be rendered unconscious in seconds, the big list of potential injuries that can occur from strangulation.
Yes.
In other words, if everybody knew that, you wouldn't need to do this sort of campaign and have seminars such as the one that you just presented at.
Hopefully not.
Right. Okay. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, thank you. You can step down. All right. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. Okay, so the state has rested. Does the defense wish to take a brief recess to have a discussion with your client, or would you like to just do that here? All right.
Your Honor, I don't believe we need a recess. I think we are prepared to make record on that issue at this time.
All right. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Powell.
Your Honor, the state having rested, and I will also say this, I will, for the record, make a motion for a directed verdict of acquittal. I feel that since we are submitting this to the court, and the court will be looking at all of the evidence under a different standard as well, I will not elaborate that and perhaps mention it in the written briefs. I would just like the record to reflect that this would be the point in time where I would make such a motion. Obviously, the context is different since we're submitting this case ultimately to Your Honor. At this point, Your Honor, we do not intend to offer any evidence or witnesses. I have spoken about this extensively with my client, and I believe that it is his decision to not testify on his own behalf, and that he has had adequate time and information given to him to help him make a voluntary decision in that regard.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Powell. And then, Mr. Younes, I'm going to address you directly because I want to make sure that I hear it from you. So, do you understand whose decision it is to testify or not testify?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And whose decision is it?
My decision.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that's clear. I know you've talked to your lawyer, but given the fact that it's your decision, the state can't tell you that you may or may not, even I can't, your lawyer can't. It's your choice. What is your decision today?
I will not be testifying.
All right. And that is your right, and I just wanted to make sure that I heard it from you because it's my job, among other things, to make sure that people understand their rights and that those rights are respected and observed as these proceedings are conducted. So, all right, with that, Mr. Powell, does the defense rest?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Okay. All right, so both sides have rested, and since this is a bench trial, the attorneys have requested a briefing schedule, and so I will enumerate that schedule for the record at this time. So the state will have 3 weeks to prepare a written closing argument. It shall be filed no later than 3 weeks from today's date, and then Mr. Powell, the defense, will have 2 weeks to respond to the filings made by the state, after which the state will have an opportunity to file a rebuttal argument. Ms. Zimmerman, I will give you 10 days to draft and file that argument. And then once the documents have been submitted to me for my consideration, I will take the matter under advisement, and I will get it back on the calendar as soon as I can. All right? I do have copies of the exhibits, which I will take into my custody, and I will consider those exhibits as soon as I have the written documents that you're going to submit for closing arguments. Anything else on behalf of the state at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And then just so the record's complete, my intention is to address the defense motion for directed verdict in the written ruling that I am going to provide once I complete the written ruling. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
So I just say that Okay, all right. Just as long as you have something in writing saying that they need it right away. Okay, got it. Yep. I didn't know if there's any, for some of these things you need magic language. There's a magic language you need. So. Yeah. Okay, all right. All right. Okay. Thanks, Abby. All right, so,